Greetings and salutations to all Sentinels. Welcome to the Sentinels Workshop Dev Stream, your weekly source of watching John program. And having a brain melt related to guys. That happens sometimes. I'm John, lead developer at Handelabra, and we're working on Steam Workshop and mod support for Sentinels of the Multiverse. So a new thing today. Is this gonna be like, get rid of that. Jean-Marc has been continuing to be hard at work on documentation for the engine, and there is a big update out today. So I'm gonna paste the link in the chat. And I'm going to paste a link in the Discord. It's the same link as before. If I can open up Discord. Open up the Discord. Engine documentation updated today. Okay. Let me get back to my thing. Excellent. So that has added a helicopter. So get your own free helicopter by viewing this document. You have to send in 100,000 Handelabra points from the top of your Handelabra soda bottles. Right, so actual new stuff. There's a new little section about the model, talking about how is the state of the game recorded. Doesn't cover everything, but we're continuing to get it towards the state of everything. But it covers turn takers and cards, locations, status effects, journals, and card properties, and those are covered more later on in more detail about how to use them, but just mentioning that they're part of the model here. And then within controllers, we added some sections that give you more information about. I don't know if the game action section was there before, but if not, it's there. More details about triggers and all the different helpers of different triggers that you can use to make triggers easily. You can always create your own triggers if you want manually, but there are several that are, add a trigger that happens at the end of the turn, right? Or add immune to damage triggers, things that just are used more often, like add if the card that this card is next to leaves play, move it to their play area trigger. For example. Some of them are a little funny like that. And what else? We got more into the kinds of decisions that happen in the game and how to work with those. Selection types, these are all decision-based things. Specific kinds of decisions have some code samples and specific information about them. Status effects, which are temporary effects generally, like galvanize, increase all damage by hero targets by 1 until the start of your turn. How does that all work? And the different kinds of status effects that Sentinels has. A few helpers listed here that you can use to create them without having to write a lot of code. Some more discussion about some of the details of status effects, and the journal, which is an important part of the model that is recording information like some damage got dealt, or a card moved, or a target was destroyed. Things that your cards might need to know about that have happened in the past. And card properties, which is important if you need to save special values that actually get saved. If you keep them on your controller, they're not going to get saved. You need to use card properties to do that. And a bit about random number generation, keywords, and think there might be a few. These things were here already, I think, down here. Oh, yeah, a section about special strings. That is informative. And then, yeah, still lots to do here, but we're getting a lot of it cleared up. So hopefully that is useful to all of you who are making mods. So today, felt like we'll probably work on the multiplayer stuff, but I want to may as well get warmed up with a easy bug fix. So let's take a look at this one. Was reported in the Discord of environment bio and vitals text not working. So let's go splash screen. Hey, Gaming Master and Jake, welcome. So yeah, check out that update to the documentation. Oh yeah, mute the audio. Guess I should make sure my the background music's going. That's good. So in the deck browser, I don't think I don't have stuff loaded there. It says, no, yeah, it's trying to look for it in definitely the wrong place. Workshopping.txt. So that file should be not in that place. So let's go to where it ought to be. Nope. Oh, weird. That isn't a thing anymore. Sentinels, mods, deck browser. Right, so if I just like, this should be dev stream vitals. A weird Twitch show. And dev stream bio. Bio-y? This is what this is what it should be looking for, but we can see in the log it's not. Every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Check it out. What a great environment. So, why are we looking there? You might wonder. So, let's see. This is being called directly from resource helper. The path is oh, I see. How is this working for environments already? Passes in deck identifier and identifier. Oh, I see. Here. If there's no card, which means it's an environment, the identifier should be the same as the deck identifier. So it should still be the same. But is that coming up as the wrong? Yeah, this just ignores, this is just use character identifier. So why is that being passed just like workshopping? It should like actually be showing. I think I can just pop right into the detail screen now that we've loaded it. It remembers where we were. Because we got the cards. But it tries to find that. So it should be going into here, right? guess I can just do this. Let's just sanity check what's going on here. This is just a quick bug fix for this. Using identifier workshopping.devstream. So if we come in here with workshopping.devstream, it says we're going to look for deck browser / workshopping.devstream vitals.txt. Right. We actually don't want to be passing in. Yeah, it's this thing that's changing the extension is what's happening. So actually what we want to be doing is if the path came in including the namespace, move it. I think we also have to remove the trailing dot, because that's not gonna, it's going to be like workshopping. It's going to end up with like .devstreams file. Like it's not going to be correct. So we need to like replace awkwardly that. I think that should take care of it. Hey, look, these are the things I wrote. Cool. And we still can load our migrant coder one. So, good. Very good. Easy little fix. And we can get rid of that log. Fix text loading for mod environments. Done. Done. Oops, don't open email. Okay, done. All right, so let's look at multiplayer, I think. Could go back into this cards in the box thing, but basically what I want to do with that is I think it's complicated enough that I want to set up the engine to have unit tests for mods, which it hasn't had yet, so that we can make sure that stuff works in a easier to iterate way. But I don't know that I want to do that today. So let's start looking at multiplayer. This says, right, prevent mod variants of non-mod content in multiplayer. Well, it's part of this really, right? Like, mods are totally prevented in multiplayer right now. So this card wasn't used separately. So only allow mod variants of non-mod content in multiplayer that all players in the game have. All right, so I'm just gonna archive that. So multiplayer stuff is actually it's similar to what we have with expansions, right? So if I have an expansion and you don't, we can't, like, that content from that expansion can't be played in that game because you literally don't have the files you need for it, right? And that goes even more so with mods because you don't even have the programming that would make it work. So it would completely, like, the expansions, you would have, blank cards and no music and no backgrounds and things like that. So it'd be a pretty poor experience. With mods, it's impossible for it to work because how multiplayer works in Sentinels is both games basically run in sync with each other. They're initialized with the same parameters and the same random number seed, and whenever a decision is made, all of the games do the same decision, and it sort of carries on that way. So that's how it works. There's no server. There's no nothing like that. It's all the games running in sequence, and basically, if they all have the same input, they all have the same output. That is how programs work. If you've probably seen a resync issue happen, and those are bugs. But we put in the resync feature because we knew that it's likely that there could be bugs. And what happens with the resync is one of the players will be deemed to have the correct game, and they will send their save file to the other games, which then loads it. What tends to create those bugs is sometimes like just issues with coroutines running uncontrolled in an error way, or also commonly having things being changed in the game when you're clicking on things for a damage preview. All the code that might run during a damage preview needs to check for that and not make permanent changes in the game. But it's pretty easy to slip up there. So there's still obviously a couple spots in the game where that can happen, and we haven't nailed them down yet. So just that's a quick overview of how multiplayer works, and we'll be documenting that stuff as well, and as part of a section about pitfalls or common pitfalls that can happen. But in the normal case, you don't need to worry about supporting multiplayer. Like someone commented here, why would you multiplayer should be optional? No, multiplayer should just work. If you're doing things that make multiplayer not work, you're doing things that make the game not work. So don't do that. Basically. So in terms of being able to play a game, we need to make sure that all the players who are in the game have the mod. I guess this is the same thing. Yeah. Mod decks and variants. All the players need to have the same mods, basically, to use the content. And I think I'm thinking of doing is kind of the same thing that we have for expansions. So the default behavior with the original behavior with expansions was, if I had the expansion and I started a game and you didn't, you just wouldn't be able to join the game. I could toggle an option to not use that expansion, so then you'd be able to join the game. A few years ago, we changed the default behavior to be that you can still join the game and it will turn off that expansion automatically. So it's more of a soft requirement. And I'd like to have it work the same way for mods. So if I have 10,000 mods and someone joins the game who only has 10 mods, it's going to restrict it to whatever the 10 mods or whatever the number of mods are that we both have will be allowed, similar to how expansions work. But if you want, you can still, turn the option to say require everyone who wants to join to have all the things that I have, and then good luck, because you won't get any mobile players playing. But that's just reality. We need, you cannot play the game if not everyone has the same stuff. That's just how it has to work. Okay. So, and my thoughts about this were that we would piggyback off of the support that already exists with expansion requirements. So I'll just go quickly and refresh myself and show you how those options are all. So if I create a new game, You can see I have all the content available. And if I go here, I can, by default, enforcing required expansions is turned off. Other players can join the game no matter what expansion packs they own. You'll be able to choose decks from any expansions that all players in the game own. If I check this box, then only people who own all of these can join, and I can turn off expansions, which basically also removes them from available list as well. You can see if I turn off Rook City, Spite goes away. But if I uncheck that box, then it's goes back to the soft requirement. But this is the hard requirement. So yeah, so the default behavior I want is to be the same. And basically, instead of making this list like go crazy, my thought was that it would just be like one extra square which says mods. And you either have to have, I don't know, I guess it could be separate little toggles for every mod, but that might be a pain. Let's see what the code is like and whatnot. But my initial thought is it's just a single toggle basically here where you can say I want to require that people have mods or not, and so it's basically a game with mods or not. And then you can coordinate with people to be like, hey, go install this mod and come back. That's a thing. Or the game can, since single on Steam Workshop, the game can be like, oh, hey, here's the mod, you should download it. Mods are also more complicated than this even because of versioning, whereas globally we can control that, you know, version 1 of the game cannot play multiplayer with version 2 of the game, or version, like we can separate out whenever a new update comes out, because we know if there's a change in the engine, they're going to diverge, right? And you're going to get desync issues. And so we can control that pretty easily on the global side of the game, but mods are going to be updated on their own schedule, and someone might have an old version of a mod, and that needs to be dealt with too. And that's not a thing that we need to deal with here normally, which is one of the reasons why I don't want it to be super fine-grained, is because that's kind of a mess. So yeah. So we can actually get up a test situation here. So I'm going to make a development build. So when doing multiplayer, you kind of have to have a separate build going. Let's do that. Need to have two builds, the editor going and another build going at the same time to play together. And I'm just going to I'm going to move all the DLC into here so we can see that other behavior. And so development build is just like has access to the DLC if it finds it. It doesn't have any license check or anything like that. We are building the player. And I don't want it to be loading mods either right now. All right, build succeeded. It's probably going to play music. So let's turn that off. Okay, so if we go to multiplayer and we can see this behavior of how the things work. If I go to online multiplayer, put this down a little bit, and make a new game, I'll see the game pop up here in a second. Oh, did I not? Yeah, all my expansions are there. Right, so the enforce is turned on, so that game is not going to show up. You see one player's in a game, that's me. If I uncheck the enforcement, I think in 5 or 10 seconds it should appear as a game that I can join, because this game only has the core game. Should anyway. Hey. It might be continuing to forget my settings there. At least the volume's low. Why no you allow me to join? Maybe this isn't working right. I thought it was working right. Well, I can join it if I type it in, but it's not showing up in the search. That is wrong. But I mean, even if I do join it, it kicks out all the expansions because a player without the expansions joined them. Or if I had just, one of the expansions, it would choose that. There's a bug there that it's not showing the game in the list. I wonder if I make a new game, if it's because I changed the option. Well, I'm just going to make a note, because that is weird. Game not showing up in a list of available games. Now I want to look at figure out what's going on here. If I go and actually get rid of the expansions, here, this is where the editor looks for them. Make a new game. I only have core game content. Maybe it's just an issue here with the available games not updating, because that was certainly working before. Something is off. Multiplayer. Yeah. I wonder if it's like just a weird thing going on with like, it's not even, normally it will show the game that I just left as well. I'm not getting any games showing up. So yeah, this is saying there's a room, but I'm not allowed. Why? Alright, I'm just going to turn my volume down because I don't actually need volume, like, at all. Why would we decide that we can't join this room? Guess we can pop a log in there. Pop a log. bunch of logs. We're just switching into debugging this, because if this part isn't working, then I can't actually... do anything, right? Because we don't have the required expansions. Oh. Is it honestly just that it's private and I didn't notice? Oh my god. That's probably it, right? I was like, as I'm typing this, oh, that's a thing. That's a feature. Yeah, look at that feature working. Good job. I know what to do. The feature that I made works. Congratulations. Maybe need another coffee. Okay. So yeah, there's the room. We figured it out. The game was private all along. All right, let's get our expansions back in the editor. And I guess I can just leave those logs in there, but comment them out because I don't want them to be on all the time. GG. Okay. So now that we know what we're doing, let's create a game. Let's make it not private. Freedom 5419 should appear here in 5 or 10 seconds. Like I said, there it is. So we're allowed to join that. But if we turn on enforcing required expansions, it will disappear. Yeah. And I think even if I try here, yeah, that. So basically that's the kind of, the kind of thing I want to happen for mods too, right? So generally, the game is going to default to being open, but you can lock it off if you want. And I want that. I think my thought right now is it's just a single thing that's like you either have mods or you don't, because of the versioning thing is pretty complicated. Even if you, and that just sort of cuts out all mobile stuff easily without anything complicated. There's still the issue of versions of mods. Make sure everyone has the same version of a mod for it to be allowed. Similar behavior to required expansions. Filter/setting. Yeah, so let's look at how that all works. And this is just like John's Dumb. John's Dumb.txt. Okay. So in multiplayer land, there's a whole section of the code for multiplayer. It's a lot. It's not something you can just make in a couple hours. Steam forum person. It'll take me more than 2 to 4 hours to make this change to it. So required expansions, this is that toggle that we see on the screen there. When you click it, it changes the properties of the room. Yeah, so the rooms have properties. And yeah, some of them are used in matchmaking. Does this? Yeah, I just want to look back at this. Right, required expansions key is, yeah, so anything that is like these C0 through 9, I think we have one more left that we can use. There's a limited number of, oh no, we actually went all the way up to 9. There's no more properties left we can use. This is another reason why we can't do anything more complicated for filtering. Unless Photon has changed it, but Photon engine docs. I'll do matchmaking. SQL. Yeah. There's a limit of 10 parameters for filtering, and they have to be something that you can use a SQL query for, and we've reached the limit of that. We've got our expansions required. What are the heroes? These aren't things that necessarily need to be used for filtering, but we need to show them on the screen. So like what heroes, what's the villain, what's the promo, what's the environment, has the game started? That one's super important to be able to see. We need to know if players have been kicked to prevent people from going in that they've been kicked from. Number of public slots is important for that stuff. And yeah, so we need to piggyback off of the thing that's already here. And so, yeah. So I guess what we could do is say, we could have the required expansions include all the mods that you've got, including their version number, and work that way. It's all working right now based off of like, I don't even know where it gets the data from. Excuse me. Yeah, from the DLC helper. So the DLC helper can tell us like what are all the expansions that you don't have, because we know all of them that exist. And then we can find, yeah, we can say avoid joining a room that requires expansions we don't have. So we can just like say filter with a SQL query that says if it has required expansions, make sure that our this ends up being like a select that says and yeah, and the required expansions doesn't have Rook City, and it doesn't have Infernal Realms, and it doesn't have this, right? So yeah, there's no way we can say with this kind of logic we could have, unless we just had the single thing, which was mods, right? And then once you try to join a room that has mods, it would then be like, hey, you need to get the mod if you're on public, and if you're on mobile, then it just wouldn't say anything. You wouldn't be able to join it. So that's a way we can approach it. Because the problem with listing all of the mods is that we don't have a list of all the mods you don't have. That's impossible. Unless we can turn this query around. The problem is that you're limited in what you can do with this SQL. And this join random room is used for quick play, so we don't get to like see the list and decide. We have to pass this SQL to the server, and the server sends us back a room. So we can't like do it a different way. So let me think about it. So we could go the other way and the problem is, we really need to not join a room that is enforcing something that we don't have. Which is hard. I mean, I definitely don't want to have the experience where like you press quick play and it pops up and says, you don't have the mod. You don't have the mod. I guess it could pop up and be like, hey, you don't have the mod. Download the mod now. And like download it right away. Which we'll be able to do with once Steam Workshop integration is there. So that's a thing. It wouldn't work like right now. It could at least pop up and be like, hey, you need to get Cauldron version 1.2 or whatever. But it wouldn't be able to. But then like, so basically now in the alpha stage, that's fine, I think. And for when we go to public with Steam Workshop, it would be able to pop up as long as we were able to have a way to look up, to map that whatever the string is here that you're missing. Or I guess the room itself can have more information that isn't part of this query. So it can have more information to be able to send to clients who are able to join like clients that are able to join, but they don't have the right mods, but they could because they're on Steam. It could have more properties that are like, here's the URLs and go download it. Or here's whatever the Steam ID is or whatever it is for the Steam integration. Okay. So basically, if this includes the string like mods when you're on mobile, that would mean that if you're requiring mods, mobile would not be allowed. Steam players would be allowed, but as soon as they join, the game would check to make sure that they have the mods that are needed, and if they don't, they would be able to download them or leave the room or whatever. So that seems like an approach. There's used to be this query didn't work anymore, so I changed it. So it actually does local filtering on the game list, but the quick play still works. So I'm not sure why they changed that. So that's my thought. I think is that we just have a single expansion identifier called mods that is going to help us filter out mobile players with a pretty simple way, and then the other way is the other way. Okay, so all expansion identifiers is this is loading up. This is all like data based, so there's a data file here that's like, these are all the expansions that exists and all their information that we show in this get expansion pack screen, what's in each expansion, all that stuff. Obviously we cannot list mods in that way, but so I think Yeah, probably. I don't feel like I don't think we want to actually change stuff at this level, but like here we can say like if is mobile platform yeah, we can't add a thing, but we could concat it, or we could just do like mission expansions. Like that. And maybe I should make that a constant somewhere, right? That we use with maybe like mods expansion identifier. Just to mods are never playable on mobile. Okay. And there's another, I think, back in the menu, you're checking is expansion playable. Right, and I guess that's actually going to return, it's going to be like, there's no such expansion. I don't know if that's going to just, I think it's going to be, that's going to just return like false, but we can say, if we're non-mobile, we can say yes. So here, if e equals mod manager dot and we're not mobile, or is it actually a playable expansion? I like to put these kind of things in brackets, even though order of operations does say it will work. Yeah, so basically if that one is mods, we have it if we're on standalone, and we don't if we're on mobile. Why am I getting a bouncing thing? Oh, that's Unity bouncing. Oh, where did we go? Okay. So, I think right now, I mean, it's still going to work the same way between local builds, but we can verify. I think I have things logging out somewhere what the required expansions are or whatever. And I guess we can say the required expansions are, there's a place where we set that, right? We need to actually have it set there because it's not actually being set anywhere yet, is it? Yeah, this is in game setup. We'll get to that. Right, this is where we were before. This is where we just were. Okay. This is about the toggles. This is about, yeah, the scenario. This is weekly one shot. Why are we giving me errors? Right, so here, this method is creating a room. So we set our default to whether we want to enforce it, but we also still provide the required expansions, whether they're enforced or not. And so basically here, require mods if we're on standalone and have any. Like if we don't have any, then like we don't need to list it. If we're on mobile, I guess is there a thing for like is? Yeah, it's either console or mobile. So we don't have console right now, so we'll have to go and update this if we ever go to console. But for now, so if we're not mobile and mod manager has mods, get loaded mods, any. I think that's it. Excuse me, cheap. Yeah, that's a cheap call. Where we go? Sentinels client. So then we can add expansions. I guess I'll say include mods if we're on standalone and have any. Okay. So that is where we're actually setting that. Okay, I think this is all disabled right now for multiplayer, so I'm not worried about that right now. I guess I can make a note, which is like allow cards in box in multiplayer appropriately. This is the thing that shows the message about what you don't have. So we'll need to have this talk about mods. This is the settings dialog. Right, this is just returning that information. It's not doing anything with it. And oh yeah, there's a little icon that shows up if someone is missing the expansion, so you can talk to them about it. So actually this player-owned expansions, right, this is just going to not include the thing that says mods unless we are on standalone, so we need to set that. Yeah, okay. And this is called in a couple places, so we can maybe get owned expansions. And we can say if not application dot is mobile platform, we can add mods. Because even if you don't have mods, you could add mods. I guess. I don't want to have it be like if you have no mods and you're on Steam, you can still get them, so you still have access to them. It's just that on mobile you just can't have access to them, basically. And this is new string mod manager dot mods expansion identifier. And this can go in here. And it can go in here. Yeah, I guess there's a few places where we're using this, right? Let's just use it there too. Right, this is the opposite, what we're missing. But wasn't there another place where, well, yeah, that's not exactly the same thing either. But, oh, and this one also. Okay, so they're slightly different. That's fine. Okay. So where was that other? Yeah, back here. I want to see what was using this key, which is the list of expansions that you own. Yeah, so here we're basically, wherever we're calling this in multiplayer, we need to get owned expansions instead. And this is freaking out because of reasons that I'm not interested in. Okay. So that and that are both updated. Right, so if there's a player in the room who does not have the expansion, this is the UI toggles. For each of the players, right, we're actually getting that property. Okay. Fair. And this is the messages, things about it, that's just retrieving the property. This is retrieving the property. This is... okay, remembering the ones that you normally use. This is the settings dialog, and then player marker is, yeah, getting the property. Okay, so think this should, what we've done here is basically make it so we should be making so mobile players can't join if you have any mods. Like, but according to the typical rules of expansions. So where they'll be allowed to join. Let's do a build. Might have to actually do a mobile build as well. But let's try this, and I want to just make sure that like things are still working normally. It actually might be unhappy about there being a missing button. Or maybe it will make a new, I don't know if those buttons are, those buttons are probably dynamic, right? It's probably gonna make a button that doesn't have a graphic. Let's see. It's been a while since Oblivion, which was the last time that we touched that stuff, really. We did update multiplayer stuff recently, but not that stuff. All right. So, just make sure it's like, one of the reasons I didn't want to change like the DLC helper, because I didn't want to like affect these screens or other things like that. So yeah, multiplayer. And we'll go into multiplayer on here. Create a game here. So, we're getting a bunch of engine debug that's kind of noisy, aren't we? Right, required expansions, mods, owned expansions, mods. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna quiet that debug log maybe too. So we're allowed to join this because the setting allows it. Unless I click this. Now I'm curious, do we need to make that button, or is it? Yeah, it's not making it dynamically, I don't think. So that went away because of all the expansions. But this game should be considered to be able to have mods. So let's click on it and yeah, it's like listing all of the possible unlocked promos, I guess. Oh yeah, so E equals mods, and E, I believe, is there's like a little optimization here for reduced data transfer, that all the properties are like. E means expansions, right? So that's the player properties that this is sending. So that's good. So that is what we're expecting. That they both have mods available. And it didn't prevent us from coming in. So yeah, I just want to verify, like, this is, I think, a good point to actually commit because it's a pretty minimal change. I'm going to actually make a build for iOS. Is a little, I don't know, iOS and Android are sort of similar speed. Let's make an iOS build. Maybe an Android. Android build's like one step, so it's a little bit simpler. Do an Android build, I guess. I got an Android tablet right here. So let's. Oh, it's running low on battery, but he's still alive. Need to uninstall Sentinels on here because it's probably Google Play build. Plug this in. I guess one thing we could do is change all those things that say application is mobile platform and send them over to somewhere else that can say, like, are mods possible? That's probably smarter, right? Maybe we'll do that. We can just look at all the changes we made. Too many files. So yeah, instead of that, let's actually add like a public static platform sports. I guess it's a Boolean. Mods. Get return. Then if it's like some other thing, we can always say we can change that here. Without having to go in a bunch of places and change it elsewhere. And right, so this is now a truth instead of a not. Do we have another? Is mobile in here? No. How about in here? There's definitely one. Yeah, so if mod manager dot platform supports mods, and it was also, I guess that was it. Was it just? I guess, yeah, because we. Oh wait, no. There's another. Oh, I didn't save everywhere. Oh, and there was this one. So if not mod manager dot platform sports mods. And if mod manager.platform sports mods, do that. Okay. That seems better. Okay. And I may change as well switching platforms. He's probably grumpy at me, but maybe it's okay. Okay, so let us build and run on Android. It's going to be like, what's your password? Probably. Maybe not. I can't remember if it's going to ask me for a password or not. If it does, I will go to a secret location. Excuse me. So this might take a couple of minutes. Cool. So yeah, so when doing this, I think this sort of initial gate is important. And then we don't need to worry about mobile players being in games that they can't be in. And then we're going to have to deal with basically, we should see what Unity is doing here in case it pops up an error. If you get into the game, then we need to do a check, like similarly to the required expansions. What are the mods that you have versus the mods that the room requires? And I think we just sort of mirrored the same thing. Maybe? Yeah. I guess we need to add that UI too. That's something we need to do. The little mods box. Because you can, say, oh, I'm not going to require mods and let people who don't have mods come in. We don't have the box there yet. But yeah, building can take some time. I guess I will go refill my water. I'll be right back. Building. Yeah, so close out these things, I think, right now. We're going to add that UI thing, but I can't do anything while it's building. So we can look at what we're going to add in terms of properties. So basically, yeah. Room properties, we are going to add So thinking of like how much can we pack into one property? It might get too long. It's one of the potential problems if you have like 1,000 mods. Hopefully that won't be the case. I don't know what the limit is in room properties. Potentially could reach a limit. Lobby limits. There are no limits, but it's a number of games. Okay. Yeah, so these are, I'm adding more properties that are exposed once you actually join. I think they might have changed some of this too. Yeah. Put in your password. Edit project settings. It's the annoying thing about Android. It's like, I don't just remember it, please. Secret passwords. Star. It's literally there. Okay, I need to put this on my other screen. And do that. I mean, it's literally in there, and it's not liking it. Let's try that, I guess. Try again. Should build quicker this time. Oh, I did want to build and run, didn't I? Well, rebuilding should be pretty quick because it shouldn't have to change since nothing changed. Okay. So, yeah, basically the way the expansions works is whoever is the owner of the room sets the required expansions, and excuse me, that is used by the game setup view controller here to decide what this logic is doing. Updating the decks, like basically like if there are heroes that need to be removed, they need to be kicked out. Not or players actually can get kicked out. Heroes and environments can be removed if they're in the game and no longer available. We're gonna need to handle variants because that's not a thing that was by expansion before. That'll be new. So basically, this stuff needs to also check mods in basically the same way. I think. So, and we have this method that says missing expansions leave room. which actually tells the other player you're being removed because you are missing expansions, and it gives you this message, which we could actually see in our test if we wanted as well. Are we building now? I guess we're building now. We're in like IL2 CPU mode. Okay. If it makes the APK, we'll just install it. That's fine. Okay. So, yeah, I think before I get into doing that part, I want to like add the button and finish support for this initial gate, and then we'll add the other stuff, which is going to be like a new player property that says what mods I have, and a new room property that says what mods are required. And we're limited in what kinds of properties we can have. They can be like strings or numbers, basically, or booleans. And so I think it's going to be like a comma separated list of like mod identifier dash version or something like that. Like this is going to need to be, oh my goodness. Oh, Android, why are you, I have that, oh, okay, fine. I guess we're going to do iOS. Okay. Switch over to iOS. Android, I mean, I can make a beta build, but then it's not going to connect on multiplayer to my current build. So I need to make a development build. And for some reason, the Android one is not working, and I don't want to dig into that. Let's just switch over to iOS and do an iOS build. It takes an extra step, but it's not too hard. I will grab an iPad. I guess I could use my iPhone as well, but it can be easier to just like, I can sit the iPad plunk on the desk and it just stays there, and I have it set to never lock. So it just sits there and it's nice for development. All right, so once we're done switching platforms, excuse me. So one thing is we don't really have a good thing for a mod identifier right now. Actually, we have the namespace, right? We have the folder that it's in, which is completely changeable by the users. That's no good. The namespace is like good. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything. Then like display name, bad. So namespace is probably the best candidate we have right now. I could require an identifier in the manifest, but the namespace just like covers that, right? Like that's just as good, because those also have to be unique. The problem is I want to be able to like, this is something that might be what it is right now, and then it's going to change once we have blah 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 Steam Workshop. I assume there's going to be some like identifier of the item that we can be like, here is the item. Yeah, workshop item ID, which is probably you went 16 64. There you go. So it's just going to be a number. So it's basically going to be a Steam Workshop ID eventually. And I know there will be people who are like, I'm gonna install mods separately and not from Steam. And that will be allowed, but might not work with multiplayer. We can, what we can do is include both the namespace and the workshop ID. So something like Cauldron dash 1.5 dash whatever the number is from Steam. And so if it's installed outside of Steam, it'll just be Cauldron dash 1.5 dash blank. Maybe. I think that seems likely. But for now, it's just going to be the first part. Just the... is everything gone quiet here? Did it finish? Finished. Oh wait, that wasn't even the build. That was yeah. So let's go build for iOS. I think we should be able to append it. Anything major change since before? I don't think so. In terms of libraries and stuff, hit append. Let's see what happens. So yeah, so these lists, both in the room and in the player properties, will be a comma separated list of basically a list of mods. So so something like Cauldron dash 1.5, my mod 1.0, whatever. Probably not no spaces here, but something we can just that's what we use a lot is comma separated strings, because there's no direct support for arrays or anything in the multiplayer library, so we just pack and unpack them from comma separated, which is fine. And so I guess we need to make sure that mods don't put commas in their version numbers, or I guess they won't be able to in their namespaces. But don't put commas in your version numbers, or that will cause problems. Could probably filter that out. Replace commas with dots in version numbers when we read it. Because I know, I don't know if in Europe it's common to use commas, and in a lot of the world it's common to use commas instead of periods for decimal points, but I don't know if that shows up in version numbers or not. And these versions are gonna have to match exactly to, we're not gonna be trying to do semantic versioning or try to have compatibility lists or something like that. No, you just have to have the same version. It's gonna be whatever the latest version is on Workshop. So if you're doing other things and it's more complicated, that's because you're making it more complicated for yourself. So this is building now, and it's done. Okay. And we open up the thing. Wait. Yeah. Oh, this is let's look at this test thing. That's symbols it made for for Android and didn't even work. All right, let's get this running. I guess I could even get this showing on here for you. This is so you can see it. I mean, you can see it, but it's kind of awkward for me, right? Okay. So yeah, actually we can go back onto here now, and I'm not actually sure if when I run from here in Unity, is it going to be like, maybe we'll put a check to say if it's editor mods are allowed. Yes, always. Even if we're technically on the iPhone thing. I think it still says application mobile platform is false when you're running in the editor. Let's make a new game and see. We'll see our room properties here. Oh yeah, that engine debug. It's noisy. Owned expansions, mods, yeah, okay. Let me fix that engine debug while we're waiting for this build, because that is loud. Are we doing the thing that I wanted? Was to open that other solution? Don't save. Promo identifiers 4. This log is a noisy one in the new game screen. Yeah, that's the main one that's been noisy. Okay. Still building, just building, doing debug symbols. So we should be able to go and add that button. I think that thing is a prefab. Multiplayer settings. Yeah. My iPad is connected. Oh, didn't like that QuickTime. QuickTime was up. I bet it's blocking Xcode. Let's quit QuickTime Player. And reconnect it here. Sometimes it doesn't like this cable. Okay, let's try again. Now it's going. And yeah, this multiplayer settings is this thing. And required expansions. Okay, so it is creating them dynamically. So we need to special message. I'm not even seeing that. Special message. So this is loading them dynamically, so we'll have to see. Yeah, this is one of the toggles. It looks like that. That seems little. That seems weird. That's we'll. Oh, it must be this expansion button. Yeah, this is what actually it is. Is this. All right, I've got my iPad going now. I wonder if I can get QuickTime hooked up again now. Yeah, Xcode is like, I lost it. That's fine. All right, so on here, do we have expansions installed? I guess we do have everything installed, which I don't care about, right? It doesn't matter, because what matters is that I don't want it to be able to join the game on PC where we're requiring mods. That's the goal. Oh, interesting. We got a bunch of errors about. Well, as long as it still tells it that we need mods, that's all I care about right now. So we go new game on here. And we're gonna check this setting. I don't want to become famous and buy followers. Sorry. I'm going to block and report. Can I report? Spam? It's a bot account. Sending malicious links. Spam bot. Also block. Go away. So many steps. Too many steps, Twitch. Alright, so I see the game on the iPad here. But if I go and say I'm enforcing my expansions, it should then disappear. Yep. Even though this iPad does have all the expansions. So if I go back to here and no longer enforce, we should see. Let's go in and we have all the expansion content. Even Oblivion mode. Oh. Click. Yeah, we have all the stuff. But no mods, which we don't have showing up anyways, but that's the sort of broad strokes of what I wanted to make sure is working. So that is cool. So I think what I need to do is close this for now. Get that button going. This is this multiplayer dialogues? This is the Sprite Atlas that has all of those. So like add a new one that says mods in it, but it's obviously not creating a button for it because it doesn't want to, because it doesn't know about it, because it's not a real expansion. So we need to go to find out where that is happening. So that's going to be in the game. Okay, Xcode, why are you crashing on me? There's that multiplayer options thing. Where'd that go? This filter expansion panel is actually different. That's the thing in single player. I'm just going to close all these windows because I'm seeing too many windows. Is it under options? No. I guess we can just like multiplayer settings dialog. Edit script. Okay. required expansions updater, update toggles. That is a thing. It is making the toggle buttons. Right. So I think what we want to do here is instead of that, we want to go to mod manager, or sorry, it's multiplayer manager. This is why I added this thing, owned expansions. And that's going to include mods. And here, instead of count, you can actually just use any, which is a little faster. Special message. It exists. So this should now be making a button for us, which is going to throw everything off because there's going to be one too many buttons. But so be it. I'm going to have to actually edit that prefab to show one more button, am I? Let's just avoid changes to that right now and get back into it. Okay. In my Unity small. So we can actually use this custom game thing to bring it up a little quicker than starting a new game. So, did it make one called mods? It did. It's just invisible. Because it's like, well, use that sprite called mods. But there isn't one, so it's like, what are you talking about? There's no such sprite. Okay, so I guess I should make a sprite. Just to make our life a little easier here. I want to go to source images, other multiplayer textures. Nope. Expansion buttons, that's the one. We even have one for the core game that we don't use. So, not until we have a game where the core game could be a thing. So I'm just going to like duplicate these and write mods on them. And then Jennifer can make nice graphics. Oops. Mods. I assume we're not going to have an official expansion called mods, so. Mods, and we're going to pop it up into our awesome little editor here. Make our font big and ugly. Mods. And again, mods. Okay, so that is going to, I guess these should just have no compression. Don't waste my time. And add them to the Sprite Atlas. Multiplayer dialogues probably needs to have its texture compression turned off because NGUI is annoying like that. I think I need to actually change it to none. And we'll go to NGUI, open Atlas Maker, this one, and add these two. Add/update. Okay. And that, I can take a look and the button should appear. And that might technically work, but the layout is crap, so we need to fix that. Yeah, there it is. I can even click it and it does the thing, because as far as it knows, it's just a thing called mods. And I guess, how do we fix that layout? Let's figure that out. Let's first, I just want to make sure that the texture formatting change goes away here, which is just a quick way to do that. And yeah, so let's update that dialog. We can just do that sort of live and then go back and make our adjustments. Okay, multiplayer, custom game. So this is in a grid, but obviously it's either, it could go a little wider. How many other are now? There's 13, which is not a number I like. Could you go one wider? That's probably better than trying to make this dialogue taller, right? So you kind of have to make the entire thing wider, which is this. We make that like, how much wider do we need? These are 690 across, so it needs to be 90 plus whatever padding. Now, does that have padding? Where do we say what the padding is? Because there's clearly some padding. Clearly. Oh, but maybe it's just got a little space inside. So let's add 90 to this. Minus 45. Plus 45. And we can make that update, or we can just change it. We can just like toggle it and it should update. Oh, I see, it's going off the checkbox. What if I just do that? Does everything update? Okay. And this grid should say we can have 7. Oh, I see. It's not gonna want to, it's not live, okay. And then this needs to go over to like some number that made sense. Minus 45 of what it was probably. Yeah. Okay, so we just end up with a little wider of a screen. That seems fine. And, you know, Earth Prime takes up a spot someday, doesn't it? So. All right, so we're gonna go and actually edit that prefab now, and set up that 90 wider change. So prefabs, multiplayer settings. There's a portrait version, but that's only used in phones, so that's not gonna actually affect anything here, I don't think, because you won't be able to get into a room that has mods. I see you're listening, Topher. Just drop nuggets. You never know. All right. This is going to be minus 45, plus 45, and these are actually on update in the prefab, and then they get changed to on enable at runtime just for performance. Some of them anyway. So this needs to be, where's the grid? Grid needs to be another minus 45, and it needs to have 7 columns. And that should do the trick. And I believe this started as off. So let's apply that. And let's see if everything looks good. I mean, as good as my horrible graphic is. Let's play. Play not work? Can we not play? Online multiplayer. Custom game. Hey, look. That seems fine. It's just a little bit wider. We can still turn that off and on. We can... It's jiggling, but I think that jiggle is like an editor thing. Okay. Because there's a weird... Especially when it's set to iPhone, there's weird stuff about the screen size. Okay, so I think what we want to do now is make sure our project is saved. I just want to make sure that I can actually toggle that button and have it act on what's happening on iPad. So so let's get QuickTime Player open again so we can see what's happening on the iPad. Which we wouldn't be able to do this on Android, actually, so it's even better that we're doing this on iPad. In it. There we go. So, Sentinels on iPad. Right, yes. Errors. Oh my goodness, everything is bad. Multiplayer. Okay. So, if I make a custom game here and do enforce, it won't show up on the iPad. Oh yeah, this... Some people did report this happening, that required expansions are that, owned expansions are that. Why is it? Why did it remove those decks? Is it because of this logic here? I think, yeah, else it's villains, heroes, and environments. Oh, but... Yeah, this must be a bug I introduced with the changes for mods. But, like... Here... Right, we're not actually... But here we're adding mods. But clearly, at this point, available decks is only showing the core game, which is wrong. It's a weird timing issue. Oh, it must be, or something, right? Because it's really strange. So let's work out. We start off with all possible villains and villain teams, all possible heroes, all possible environments. It's not a weekly one-shot, so that logic doesn't even happen. Oh no, this is the other logic. Yeah, using all available decks, right? Yeah. We check required expansions, we check owned expansions. like, yeah. Oh, I guess, yeah, if it's multiplayer, it's literally only in here. So we went into here and we said this. And for each expansion, if owned expansions doesn't have it, or required expansions doesn't have it, but all those are in there, these are the same. Like, it removes it out of there if either of them doesn't have it. So it shouldn't remove them. So how did we get down to here? And actually, this is only, yeah, if it's null, then we get down here. If we're not in the room, we do that. And then we get down somehow to available decks being this without expansions. How did this happen? I wonder if, yeah, could that value have changed somehow? I guess I can add some logging in here and try to figure out what happened there. I mean, I don't, yeah, maybe let's just sort out this thing we're trying to finish and then finish it. Yeah, and then all the decks suddenly come back when I toggle that. So there's something going on with that. When you come into this with a certain way. So if I turn this off on the iPad, the game should appear. There it is. If I enforce, the game should disappear. And the critical thing is if I uncheck mods, the game should appear. So I uncheck mods. The game appears. And I go into it on the iPad. And I'm in. And then I say, what about... Oh, I can't actually turn it on because not all players in the game have it. So now, once someone's in, it can't be toggled. So that's fine. That's how it works anyways, basically. And it just says mods, which is fine. We can probably improve that message. Where's that come from? Not all players. Hashtag not all players in this game own and the name. Right, so here we're trying to look up the name of the mod. I think what I want to do here is if name equals mod manager dot mods expansion identifier. Actually, I kind of want a totally different thing. Yeah, maybe we'll just do like this. So basically, we'll like, this will show like whatever the name of the expansion is, but here it can say not all players in the game have access to mods. That seems nicer. We can test that out here by trying to click on the iPad screen. Can't do that unless I connect a Bluetooth mouse. So let's go in, make a new game. We get the same bug again? I'm curious. Yes. Okay, so we can, let's take a second and like fix that bug after this too, because I can see how that would be annoying. Okay, so we need to sneakily let the iPad player in and then try to boot them for not having mods. Not all players in this game have access to mods. Perfect. All right, and there's also this screen that needs to support one more row. I thought there's a way to see what expansions people have, right? And that's the one. So actually we need to expand that little thingy as well. So where is that located? That is it just in the new game screen? It must be just in the new game screen. Set up game. Filter, no. Multiplayer, no, it's not part of multiplayer settings. It comes up from the other thing. It's interesting. That's the filter panel. I guess I can run it again and see, but I thought I would just be able to see it. Not part of that. It's not that. Yeah, it's not any of these things. Where did that mysterious thing come from? Okay, so I guess we're gonna need to go and actually. I guess we could have already done that, but we didn't. Get this to connect again and reproduce that little screen. I guess we just need to get into the game. So if I click Migrant P and click DLC, where is this coming from? Multiplayer expansion message. Did I not see this? Expansion message panel. And then we got, yeah, expansions box and a grid, and we can make this like a little bit bigger to support one more thing. I guess I was showing it on the iPad, wasn't I? Or something. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I just was blinded. Or looking past it over and over again to this thing. Alright, so this just needs to be like a little bit taller, really. And this box probably just says 4 columns, that's fine. A little bigger. I guess that is a prefab, isn't it? Oh, it's like, not exactly that interesting. This is just something we save in this screen, though, I think. And then let's go back and just make sure there's going to be room for one more. All right, I can only show that screen if I'm the team leader. Exception. Did I break something? Guess I broke something. Maybe I found a new bug. I don't know. Let's try creating a game again. New game. Allow everyone in. And then, yeah, weird. Like, what did I break? I literally just made the thing bigger. This is the settings dialog. I guess I'll discard the changes I made to the scene because apparently also Android stuff. Go away. I broke everything by making that dialogue bigger. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe I accidentally dragged and dropped something. See, now when I create a game, it's fine. I think it has to do with that setting. There's something wrong with it. Okay. Seriously? So is it that this isn't around? No, it's just there. Like, literally, I could make it bigger here, and it would be fine. If I add another one and make the grid go, we can just like see how much we need to make it fit. I guess that's probably wise anyway. It's like minus 100. Go. Maybe one. Oh, and then the grid needs to move up by 20. Minus 90 and plus 90. Okay. So seriously, why? Like that prefab is not just for that, right? Oops. It's I guess it is. I thought it was other stuff. So let's just edit the prefab then. And don't even touch the scene. So we can do that in another scene. Multiplayer message panel. Maybe I disabled it or I don't know what. Some of these things are a little sensitive. So this wants to go to, actually it was like minus 100, wasn't it? And then this was the grid. Went up a little. And that should be hidden, and that should apply. And let's see. Okay, and we're going to join this on the iPad, and we're going to click on that. And yeah, now there's room for, we can just verify. There'll be room for one more. If we turn on the grid, just turn it off for performance once everything's laid out because it never changes. But yeah, that looks good. Okay. So I think with that, we are happy with the initial thing to add mods as an expansion that mobile will never have. And then it's something that we can key off of for standalone. All right, so let's commit all of this. We've got placeholder images. I'm just going to add to the Trello card. Update expansion button images for mods. That'll be for Jennifer. Okay. And we've got the menu controller is checking to see the stuff we did earlier. That's good. This is because we switched to iOS. We'll switch back in a second. That should go away. Including that expansion identifier. This is, yeah, including that expansion identifier. This is, yeah, same thing. Actually, this is handling the special message, right? This is this expansion identifier. That's all what we wanted. This is some helpers in there, and these are our prefabs, and we're good. Okay. So, initial steps for supporting mods in multiplayer. Add mods as a required expansion, or as an expansion available only on standalone. Okay, and I guess I'll update the DLL too because it was like quite loud. Too noisy. And update DLL. Okay, so I don't think that even hits a checklist here, but it was necessary groundwork as step one. So I'm gonna switch this back. I don't think we're gonna need the iPad anymore because we're gonna now, basically all that was just to make sure that mobile could be, unfortunately, but necessarily excluded from this. And now that's done as a first step, we can go more fine-grained into standalone. So let us switch platforms back to PC. Get a stretch. I'll get up for a second and take a bigger stretch. So I'll be right back with the classic. Oh, my BRB is in the background. Be right back. and we will get on with it. Oh yeah, before we got into that next step, I wanted to look at that bug, which should be pretty easy to... It seems easy to replicate, now that I know it has to do with that setting. So let's go... Just make sure we're going from the splash screen like a real build would, because it could have to do with that. That might be why I never saw it, potentially. An online multiplayer. So we're starting a game with Enforce turned on is the important step. So yeah, this is bonker. I don't understand what's happening here. So own expansions is null. Using all available decks is coming from here. Yes, this is an update available cards. It gets updated a couple times probably when we start. Are we getting a bunch of... Okay, that's just engine warnings a bit. Yeah, the cauldron does stuff in constructors that it shouldn't. That is clearly a thing. Should not be doing anything in constructors like that. Okay, so we get in here and required expansions are like all the list of actual expansions. That's fine. Available decks ends up being nothing. So we're getting into, yeah, we're getting into here. And is it possible that this is empty at the time? No, but then that would still... Yeah, available decks is going to start off as null. That's fine. The villains... Let's just look at the villains, right? I just want to, like... do that and see if this is where we're losing them or if it's somehow later. I mean, yeah, it's quite possible I have an old version on here. Actually, I can... you're right. I think the version I have here in my mods folder is like pretty old. I'm going to grab the one I have from my Steam version. Library. Steam. Steam apps. This one. Yeah. I bet it's just mine is old. So let's replace it. I remember that happening before, so like ages ago. So I think you're right. Yeah, we're still getting some requests for the journal coming. But yeah, so there are some things happening that shouldn't be happening, but I mean, I don't know how big a deal it is, but something to potentially look into. Okay. So, all right. What do we want? Multiplayer. Create game. Logs tell us initial available villains, all the villains, filtered available villains, core game. Okay, so why? Oh. Also, because this log is a lie. So that's definitely. But we're still checking both of those things. But I wonder if because that log was lying, I thought everything was fine. That may be the case. Maybe our player player properties might not have been set in time or something like that. There were some changes to how the multiplayer system worked. So when we updated the library. There we go. Owned expansions, blank. And so it's just, I think that hasn't been set in time. And then when we do it again, it's now been set in time. So it's definitely a timing issue. But I don't think there's any need for us to be checking this from the room. We can just get the local thing. Because you don't care what the internet or what like the multiplayer library tells you have available. You can see what you have available locally. Or at least what Steam or Google Play or whatever thinks you have. Okay, so let's go back into there. That is what we expect, and we can actually pick one, and that all works. Okay, and let's just double check that if we make a custom game with that turned off, we get what we expect. Or if we make a game, make a game where minipack 1's turned off, say, we shouldn't have, say Rook City as well, shouldn't have Spite and whatever. Yep, okay, so fixed. Basically it was just, it's a timing issue with those properties, I think, so. And it doesn't need to be logging so much, I don't think. That might have been me trying to figure it out and not really realizing what was happening one day in the past. Fix bug where creating a room with required expansions would not show all your content available. Okay. Fixed. I know some people have run into that, and I will let them know that fix is coming up if I see their posts or whatnot. Okay, so that is that. So next is actually #actuallymods. So what we were talking about was basically adding some fields on the multiplayer keys so that, similar to expansions, we could list the mods that are required by the room and the mods that a player has. So the reason that you need both is because whoever creates the room would create it with like whatever mods they have, and then when a player comes in, I think, yeah, you sometimes need both. I guess just maybe you don't need a player property if you can just locally check. We have the player property, so we can you can click on the player and see what DLC they have, but I don't know if that's necessary for this because it can mainly just be like, you came into the room and you don't have the right mods. Here's the mods you need to get, and maybe even just like automatically download them. That would be cool. That would be nice. Once the Steam Workshop integration is there. So I think let's see if we can get away with just a room property here, because player properties are, as you just saw, fickle. So room required mods key can be MO. I don't think MO is used. M is for game mode. MO. Mo. Or we could say RM for required mods. Just keeping it short, I guess. Okay, so just doing that obviously doesn't do anything. Let's go to where we're setting these things. Especially required expansions key is kind of the same kind of place where we would yeah, so here where we're creating a room, we want to specify those mods. And we have this check here because whoever calls this can actually pass in their own parameters, and we don't want to override those. So I'm just going to put this here next to the other one. So if not custom properties contains, yeah, it's not going to autocomplete stuff from memory because of the error stuff going on that's not real, but I don't know. Can I do this? Is that going to fix it? No. It's not going to fix it. So this is required mods key. Required mods, comma, separated list of mod, like dash mod version, where mod identifier currently is the namespace of the mod. Okay, so yeah, if mod manager platform supports mods and there are any, basically the same thing as above, include all of installed mods as required. Guess we can, yeah. Maybe we'll do this. Wrap this outside, so we just do nothing if it's on mobile. Or even just up here. So if there are any mods, we're going to set this property. Mods, select. So like this, we'll make a string out of the mod or m dot. Yeah, we have name. We don't really have an identifier. We have like name is the path and title is the title from the thing, which is who knows what kind of text, but we know namespace has to be something reasonable, and the version should be something reasonable. And we're talking about like if there's a comma dot replace, I guess if this dot version is not null. I guess if it's, we need to, it should be always, I think is this is going to give an exception if it's not defined, I think. So you kind of have to, you have to have a version. So I'm just going to like, it's got to be something. Dot replace commas with dots. Because we don't want commas to be coming in and screwing up this. Yeah, so now we just set this to be that to recursive string with a comma and no space. Yeah, so we're gonna have to like make some code to like split up that later, but that's the idea. Is we should get a property with all the mods we have installed when we create the room. And actually that should be enough to, we should see that now when we go, because I think whatever calls this is obviously not going to pass that in. I don't know that anything we do actually passes in extra properties. Like, yeah, there's some, but nothing that has to do with expansions and stuff, I don't think. Or I guess they might from the, yeah, there's various things, but I think just goes in with like, this is what you've got. So let's see. Yep, that's the wrong place. Let's go multiplayer. If we hit quick play, it also will create a game, but we can go new game. So then we want to see our room properties. Yeah. Oh, except I think I overwrote another property because I forgot to. That's bad. Let's go back to, I think we just overwrote the expansion one. Yeah. Okay, let's check that again just to make sure. And multiplayer. Okay, so our room properties. We have our, yeah, MO equals cauldron dash version 0.0.1 comma workshopping dash 0.0.1. Okay. And Perfect. That is what we are looking for, to have that be part of the room properties. Okay, so now that we've got that in there, then anyone coming into the room, their game can look at that and use that to decide what or whether they're allowed to enter the room, and so on. So now that that is in there, what do we want to do next? We can, like, obviously the whoever is owning the room can add in whatever content they've got from their mods. So yeah, I guess basically if anyone is in the room and manages to stay into the room, they can use mod content, basically. If the mod's expansion is turned on, I guess that's what we want to key off of. And then if you come in and you don't have the mod, you should be popped up with a dialogue that says, "Hey, you can't join this room," or whatever. Or yeah, because you're going to be able to get into it, but then have to be stopped before it actually loads the screen, or we'll have to see where we can do that. But so where is the in-game setup view controller? I think there's the place where it like adds the available decks where all the logs were happening. I think is where it decides to filter out mod content, right? Is right here. Single player only for now. So now we're saying you can always use your, like, this is, I guess, if multiplayer manager is in room, or multiplayer manager get room. I guess there's, yeah. The expansions key has the mods. And we can probably, that's fine. Or that dot contains mod manager dot mod platform supports mods. We want another thing. Does not contain a definition for contains. I mean, doesn't it? We don't have a link in this. That seems weird. Yeah, it is. What? That is Josh and me? Compiler? Oh. Contains. That's the wrong thing. Yes, it does not contain bool. It should not contain boolean. Oh, right. We don't want that. I don't know how to program. I don't know why I'm even here. So if we're not in a room, or the room expansions key has mods, then we can actually add mods to the game. That is the new rule. So let's check that. So local game. Oh, I'm continuing game. I don't want that. I clicked wrong. New game. Mod content available. Online multiplayer. We can even say we go custom game. Turn that off. Create game. Art issues, because I don't have the art, but we have mods. Actually, one thing I was going to do is change these all to be warnings because it's too much red on my screen. I got red in my ledger. But now if I go and I click this and I turn off mods, they should all disappear, except they didn't. That one's still there, which is weird. And that one's still, what? 2 of them are still there? What? What? All right, custom game without mods. All right, there must be some sort of off by 1 going on or something where it left one in. It's weird. If I turn on mods, then it's not adding them. So there's something wrong with changing it or something. Maybe. Yeah, because the last update here properties update mods available decks. I wonder if when we call this and we get in here, it's too late or something, or like it's not getting us the right information. That is weird. Like a timing issue. Like what's calling this? And can we maybe, yeah, update required expansions. All right, this is using like expansion identifiers and stuff, which is totally not going to work at all. Right. So this code needs to be updated. Oh yeah, and this was the code that could like boot you out if, I think, missing expansions leave room. Yeah. All right, and here's where if you turn on that option, it boots out. Or if the owner of the room turned on the option, it will boot you out. Interesting. Okay. So we're not worried about that, I think. Maybe. I think it's here where it's removing stuff. Yeah, that's already in the game and so on. Oh, right, because expansion identifier is being used here. And that's what's, it's checking that against the expansions that are required. Right. And so that needs to know that if there's no expansion identifier, if it's a mod, then it should be checking against whether its mods are there. So yeah, I think what was happening there is some of the Cauldron decks have an expansion identifier set, which is not necessary and is causing problems here. But basically, if we can say we can look at the, so if that's not empty, or yeah, I guess we just don't check this here. that was set up at the beginning of all this. Not sure what you mean by that, Jake. So, if matching card is mod content. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to work around them here, but they shouldn't have them. There's no need for them, but people might put them, so I need to handle them being there. Or, like, I could delete them, I guess. But, like, whether or not you have them, some people might put them, even though you're not supposed to. So I just need to make sure it doesn't matter. So basically, if it's mod content, we're going to ignore the expansion identifier. So if it's mod content and required identifiers contains yeah, I guess we can go down one path. If it's mod content, we'll go down one path, and if it's not, we'll go down. We can probably simplify this later, but maybe we'll just write something out that's easier to understand, and then so we're going to say remove is false. Mod content remove is equal to if required expansion identifiers does not contain mod manager dot mods. So it's mod content and we don't have mods, we're going to remove it. Otherwise, if it has an expansion identifier and that's not in the required expansion identifiers, we're going to remove it. I guess we can do, if it has an expansion identifier, do this. And then sort of down here. So these look very similar, and so I think what we want to do is string expansion to check, and you can actually make it that. But if it's mod content, the expansion to check is this. And then, yeah, just had to work through it mentally, right? Like that. So, basically we do a null check on the card, and we're going to check the expansion identifier unless it's mod content, in which case we're going to ignore that and use that. If we don't have that expansion identifier or mods in the list, we remove it. Okay, so we just ignore the expansion identifier, basically. And down here is similar, but all in one criteria, which is harder, but we'll get there. This is the available cards, and it's only updating, it's trying to only update the ones that we need. We need to. Right, so we can update basically anywhere kind of the same thing as this, but when it's all in one line, it's a little harder. Where it has an expansion identifier and we don't have one in the required. And that's why here it only updates, it uses the cards to update, and it doesn't touch the ones that it doesn't need to. So we just need to tweak this logic as well. One thing I was thinking, we could just make all mods expansion identifiers be mods, but there is potentially some meaning for it in the future, so I didn't necessarily want to do that. We would just have like the definition, like say, on my mod content, I'm going to return the string mods. But I don't necessarily want to do that. So I think, yeah, basically if C is mod content and not required expansion identifiers dot contains or the next thing. Why this is a bracket around it. Or all of that. Okay. That should probably take care of that. Issue we just saw. So let's take a look. Okay, so online multiplayer. We'll go custom game with mods. We see all the things. Then we go and turn off mods. And interestingly, just one of them is there. Why is that now? No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Just the ones that don't have expansion identifiers set. Did I not save? I feel like I saved, but maybe I missed a spot. No. There must be somewhere else. That is happening. So let's just look wherever anything is using expansion identifier, because that seems likely. To be the case. Yeah, the default deck sorting is by expansion. I guess this should be like group mods together as well. Maybe just by like mod namespace or something like that. This is actually going to move things around where we don't want, but we can add like we can make sure the mods show up at the end by adding like Z. maybe. Default ordering is, yeah, it's grouped by expansion, but oh, interesting. Even alphabetical, they're just all going at the end anyway. Well, at least that should keep things together. Not sure what change that made, actually, really. I guess Tango 1 was, like, ahead of the others because of that, right? There might be another sorting thing that's happening. Okay, anyways. Sprite names. Blah, blah, blah. Deck browser. I think I need to say this is not mod content, just to make sure that mods aren't getting pulled into that check. This is the main expansion filter, not multiplayer. That doesn't matter. Okay. I wonder if it was just that little extra check. We can add some logging in if we still can't figure it out. So we've got mods. And we disable that. And right. This feels like a timing issue with the room properties again. But it did work now. It removed everything. But there's still that timing issue. And that's because I think these things that are checking are like, they're getting the properties, but then when you go to ask what the properties are, it's like, gives you the old ones, which is a pain in the butt. So let's just try. I wanted to go back and try to find out where this is getting called from and go all the way back up the chain and pass down the information. So update available cards is the thing that is being called by update required expansions, which is being called by update view and model and view for multiple properties, which is like, in the past it would just be like, call this and update everything. And there's also when the player entered the room. There's also when the player left the room. So what calls this? Yeah, multiplayer settings changed. Interesting. Okay, so that's actually called manually. Then there's also, we call it the start. We get data updates. Yeah, and finally here, this is the room properties update with actually the properties that changed. And so I think we just need to keep passing this down. If we have information in that, we need to use it, basically. And is going to be maybe a pain in the butt, but it's going to be. Let's see. This is getting in. I don't want to get into this, but we're getting into it. So right, that was the last one here. We're going to pass in the properties that changed. Okay, and so basically we need to use this if it's got stuff, and if it doesn't, we use that. So we're gonna have to go to each of these spots and do that. I mean, the only ideally we would do that, but we don't necessarily have to just yet. We're going to go back to that, and we're going to pass in properties that changed. Okay. Does this let me pass in a... Yeah, not exactly. I guess we can make a more general thing here, which is get a comma separated by just passing a hash table. Yeah, okay. Ask for a contains key. So it's just going to be like, you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. That? Yeah, we're okay with that. Visual Studio is not okay with that. I think if it doesn't actually contain it at all, I want to return null. Okay, so back to this. Basically, we want to try to get it out of properties that changed. Dot get comma separated property. Properties that changed. Well, I probably can't use question mark, can I? That's not a thing. Maybe it is. That might not be be allowed here. It's later C sharp, or is it allowed? Maybe it's allowed. Maybe not. Spinning. Maybe it's allowed. I could also make that, instead of this, I could make it be an optional property on this. That's better, I think. Because then some sort of map with this, right? So like if this is null and contains key, use that. And actually we can return get comma separated property with the hash. So we can still keep that other. Well, like if you pass it in the properties that change, it'll use that, but if not, that just makes the caller a lot easier for the caller. So instead of all this garbage, we can just say pass this in. That's a player property. Just literally the same thing. Oh, but it's right. It's just that as a string, but why are we using it differently? I guess because we just keep it as a string. This is a hash table again. Let's pop that in here. We don't want, we just want properties. That changed. As T. Oh, right, we have to just use like. I feel like this is not feeling good, but I might have to do something else timing-wise that's being a problem. Okay. This should also be null, optional. Yeah. That. I think this might be having to do with something else. take a peek. So online multiplayer, custom game, create game. There's our mods. And if we turn off this mods, so same problem. Interesting, we get this list of villains, which is not the same as what ends up showing up. We're getting on-room properties update that say the mods are still there. We get this that says mods are still there. Maybe let me go here. Yeah, we're not seeing that multiplayer settings change. That's not being called. We're getting the properties that changed say that this changed, but it still has the value. It still says mods. So like, didn't change right. And so we're sending that through, but it's wrong. So what's calling that? I think that should be something being called by the network library. So we call set room property, we call that from the thing. And actually that is not giving the right information to begin with. So that is actually the problem. Update required expansions is sending the wrong information. Like if I click Minipack 1 off, then Minipack 1 is gone. And so now is mods. And if I turn it back on, it's back. I wonder if this happens like with just if I click Minipack 1 first. If that's the problem. Or if it's specific to mods, which would be not unreasonable. So if I click Minipack 1, it's still there. So there's your problem. Ambuscade's still there, even though I turned it off. Because that did a wrong. So update required expansions in that thing is not doing the right thing. Why is it being called at the wrong time, like too soon? When does that get changed? I think we're... There's a timing issue in when that value is getting set now that I feel like that must have used to work, but something is wrong. I don't think this is limited to a mod issue. Custom game. So it's obviously happening with like mini pack 1 here. Setting required expansions, right? So that obviously makes sense. Mini pack 1 remains. So what is happening when we click on this thing? Toggle clicked. I assume. Throw a login there. We should go to toggle off, which sets the value to false and changes the sprite, which we see. And then we're supposed to call the event delegate. And our value we can send in at the time should be changed, and this boolean should just return the same value. Because that's where this is being called, right? Toggle clicked, event delegate, update required expansions. And it's like all the ones where that's true, but it should be false then. Why is that? What's going on? Okay. The mysteries of the universe. Click mini pack 1. We toggle clicked. We call the toggle event delegate. And it's like, hey, these are the ones that are on. What? 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 That makes no sense. Unless, yeah, but no, it's even turning it into enumerable, but I guess we need to like, but we get it here. Where this is true. Also, this could just use this. Where that's true, and we know it's false for that one, That one's mods. There's no extras of mini pack 1. What? What? So it's because, I mean, it's right here, but it's because this is not actually being called, because this thing is not the empty string. Why would it ever be the empty string? So it's just the first time that it's happening. Why is this even a variable? I definitely didn't write this code. Why is this even a field? It doesn't make any sense. Go away, this field. There's no need for it. Like, we get the thing. And then we use it. We don't keep it. It's not needed to be kept. Someone wrote this code, and I'm grumpy at them. Because it's literally only used here. What am I? All right, something else is calling it. Take a parameter. Take a parameter. Don't set a field for no reason. I'm displeased. Also, don't check equality of strings. Do this. That's probably never worked right. Oh, is this why it had, because that's fine. This thing doesn't want to have a parameter. That's fine. We can make a version that doesn't. Or can we just make it an optional parameter? Not like that. We'll be okay with that. No, it's not okay with that. That's fine. All right. Let's see if sanity returns. Knew episodes of TV shows. I don't know why that notifies me. I should turn that off. Where are we? Multiplayer. Create a game. Turn off mini pack 1. Could not find the method. Okay, fine. We'll name it something else. How about we call it expansion toggled? It's using this weird event delegate thing, which is fine, I guess. You would use system.action more nowadays. It's a little easier to deal with in code. You don't get to see it in the inspector, I guess. But that's not usually a big deal. All right. Click. Ta-da! Mini pack 1 is false. And mini pack 1 isn't there. And mini pack 1 isn't there. And I click mods. Mods all go away. So I bet those other changes I made are not necessary because this was a separate bug. Okay. So I'm going to what is this thing, right? That was grinding my gears. This was the stuff I added, flailing about slightly. It's not the end of the world to have this, but I don't know that it's needed. Yeah, this as well. And that's the sorting thing that may or may not do anything. Right, and this is the mod related stuff. The other thing, yeah, so what I'm going to do is commit this. Oh, no. I just clicked the button wrong. This, and this, right? Fix required expansions, toggle logic. I'm just going to stash all this stuff. And make sure that that change actually changed what I wanted to change. And the other stuff isn't necessary. I mean, it might be better, but I also don't want to introduce like a bunch of extra changes for no reason. That could lead to new bugs. Right, so if I toggle mini pack 1, it works right. Okay, so that was the thing. Okay, so let's apply our stash back, and basically, if I just get rid of these things I added here, I'll find the errors that I now have and fix them back up. There's also, yeah, this, that's correct. This doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. Yes, if I discard that. discard that. This is my logic that I like. This is logic that I like. This is just passing in that extra property we're not going to use anymore. So is this. And so is this. And that's the sorting thing. And that is that. Okay. We can commit this. Replace commas inversion with dots. Dots. All right. Sometimes you got foolish stuff to deal with like that. Probably old John code from old foolish young John. I can be mad at him. All right. So what we've got in here now, we should, with these changes that we have now, I don't even know if this sorting thing is needed, but we should be able to have the mods button control mods showing up and not properly now that we made the button actually work. Okay, so we've got our mods. Look at all the mods. And uncheck that. Look, they're all gone. There's not a couple left over. They're all gone. And then if we turn them back on, they come back. Nice. Nice, I say. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll commit this and just say, don't sort mods by expansion identifier. And then this is our logic. I think it's worth committing this here, which is basically allow mod decks in rooms with mods in the expansion list. Allow toggling them off and on. Cool. So in theory now, we should be able to play a game with mods, multiplayer, if we have the same mods and everything, you know, with no air handling or anything. So let's build this and try that. And let's put the same mods in both places because that's nice. Oop. Mods. This is the one in our Unity folder. This is the one that's like in our Steam folder. This is like mods. This is my mod. And our build is not quite finished. Okay. Let's just run this and make sure mods are showing up here. Cool. And a new game. Yeah, so we have core game and a bunch of mods. Oh, and it's interesting. It's mixing up. Don't know. That doesn't seem good. Well, whatever. If we go to multiplayer and we go, let's post it in here so we see the logs better. Not that there's any such thing as hosting. Make a new game where we don't enforce expansions, which is the normal case. So we have all of our expansions and we have all of our mods, and then now we can join in with this, and we have all the core game content and mod content. And yeah, it's just scrolled up the screen. So we should be able to pick a villain, maybe a regular hero, maybe a mod hero, maybe a mod hero over here, in an environment. No guarantees this will work, but it's worth a try. Should work. Looks like it's working. So yeah, right now there's no validation that both players or all the players in the room have the same mod or anything like that. So it would fail spectacularly if you don't. But it is functional if everything is fine. But there's a lot more to multiplayer than everything being fine. Most of the work is when things aren't fine. Play a card. Let's get to a mod playing a card too. So the Wraith on the multiplayer is also doing things. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess there's a problem. No one is controlling this hero, as far as it knows, and that's probably a namespace based or a qualified identifier type of thing. Fix our players controlling mod heroes. Fix empty players controlling mod hero, whatever. Basically, that needs to work. That is very likely to be a qualified identifier sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. So, oops, Xcode. I'm going to take a quick break and come back and see if we can get that part working, because it seems like that might not be too terrible. It's not going to work at all here, so let's just close it out. BRB again. Do I have my BRB? No. BRB. I can never remember to keep it. All right. So I think this shouldn't be too bad, but it is a complicated area, so we'll see if we sort it or not. I'm just going to close all these and do a search for controlling hero. We have the Discord helper. Yeah, so is controlling hero takes a turn taker and get actual control identifier is using turn taker dot identifier, and that is not going to be found because these things I believe are qualified identifiers. Maybe? Yeah, in the game, I think they're qualified, right? Oh yes, actual control. This is all because of Oblivion replacing heroes, and it's a big hot mess. Yes. Okay. I think if we change these all to qualified identifiers, things will be better. So there, and there's going to be more places here. Yeah, these things are not super related, but might be. Yeah, this is looking for find turn taker, and then it like didn't find it probably. That's probably one of the things. This is just using strings. Anything using just strings, as long as they start with the right strings, it should be okay. It's when they have a card or whatever that they need to pass in the right thing. Okay, so I think it might. I'm really curious if it was literally that one spot. That seems unlikely. But maybe if they all pass in, if they're all passing in the thing, maybe it all comes from that one spot. Let's check these ones in game view because they're, yeah, that passes in the hero, that passes in the hero. Just looking for places where it's passing in an identifier directly. But they're all passing in heroes. I think it was that, maybe just that one place. Wonder if the player marker, where are we getting that? We'll come back to that. Reassign, that might be a whole thing. Yeah, but we're using the game objects, and then the one spot we change it to qualified. So maybe that's enough. What calls this with a string. I just want to make sure that it has the right string. Hero.identifier. That's the player marker. And that takes a hero identifier, but where does it get the hero identifier? Qualified identifier. Good job. Good job, team. Okay. That might work. I'm just gonna check to see that the things show up in the new game screen right before I make a build, because I didn't actually note that. If I grab a hero, does it have my player marker on it? And it does. I mean, it did locally. It did. Oh, it had the player marker on the Wraith, who, right? That's like totally a cue that like that was a qualified identifier issue when it worked on the Wraith, but it didn't work on the mod stuff. All right, one more build, and if this is good, that's probably going to do it for today. There's still more to do with multiplayer, but made some good progress today. So yeah. And of course, the documentation update was published earlier, so make sure to check that out if you are interested in programming decks. There's some more information in there now, and we are continuing to work on that and the code documentation. So it is by no means complete, but we like to get it updated once we get a good chunk completed. Building player. Show me the player. Ready player 1. Play. Too many screens. At least I have a giant screen that I can have these on. Online multiplayer. Custom game with mods. Join in. Knocks out all the other expansions. That's fine. We'll grab the villain. We'll grab another hero, and that's got the tag on it. We'll grab ourselves a hero. We'll grab the core game hero as well, just to make sure we didn't break anything. And we'll grab an environment, the Cybersphere. And we'll be ready. Notice I'm not clicking variant buttons because I'm not sure if those are going to work. Your doom approaches. Now we see player markers where we want. I like that. I like that very much. All right. I can see my own cards. Important. You can't see my cards. I can see my own cards. Can't see Tachyon's cards. So now, for bonus points, can we reassign heroes? Interesting. So that reassign, that's fixed. Reassign heroes. Items have blank sprites. That's probably, it doesn't know where to look. I don't even know. That might be, what atlas is that? Is that probably looking up setup game heroes? Yeah, it doesn't know where to look for the placeholder. Need placeholder logic. That might might work for mods that have graphics, but I need to test that. Also test with actual mod graphics. But the reassign might work. Let's reassign this one. But actually, it's weird that they show up as blank here, right? So, reassign heroes not showing who controls what initially. Like, that should be showing Journal Editor immediately. So there's an issue there, and that's probably a qualified identifier or something thing. So I don't think this is going to work at all. So I'm not going to try it. But basic support seems to be working there, so that's exciting. And it's probably not going to reassign if I disconnect here. So, so let's see. Use qualified identifier. For controlling heroes and player marker. We can take a quick look for any dot identifiers in this code, because they're probably wrong. Update room promo identifiers. Yeah. Ooh. Variants. A whole thing. Reassign heroes panel. Identifier. That's one letter off. Add entries for hero identifiers. Heroes. Get orphaned heroes. So that is returning qualified identifiers. Then this. Expects hero identifiers in the current game, not actual control identifiers. Okay. Configure. Yeah, so here it's just like trying to set the sprite with the Atlas list, and that's not supported. That does not going to work. Oh, right here. Sprite name. I mean, that's just the sprite name, though. That's not actually affecting the behavior in the list. It should be finding the current player. So this ought to be qualified, but maybe it's not. Maybe there's something else that isn't qualified to begin with. Let's just check, because I'm curious now. So we've dug into it a little bit. Let's go into online. Don't think we should do that. Make a new game, join the game, pick a mod hero, and say a regular hero, and then a mod hero over here, and wherever. Baron Blade is doubly immune to damage. I'm curious if, yeah, some of these things are... That's just the name of the thing, so it's not a big deal if that's qualified or not. But if I... Let's clear this, and there's a bunch of logging in about to reassign, so... what do we get? We configure with hero Baccarat, so that is not qualified, and that I expected to be qualified. Oh. Why didn't I see that before? That's literally the spot. That needs to be qualified identifier. That's literally the spot. I just passed over it somehow. So, yup. Okay, let's build that, and that should work. It's like, okay. End of the day, end of the week. So it goes. So yeah, pretty good progress today, I think. Mods are working if you don't look at them wrong in multiplayer, and so still need to build that more specific like handling of making sure that everyone in the room has the same mods and the same versions, and then that's probably it for now. I mean, there's the variants and stuff, but like in terms of like, we're not going to have a thing that's like, go download the mod at this URL or something like that. That's for when we get to Steam Workshop, which will be not too far off. Don't look at mods wrong. Yeah. But, you know, making sure that everyone has the same version of the Cauldron or whatever, and you should be good to go. But I don't think I'll be releasing it in this state because it's not quite ready. But soon. I think once I get that sort of initial handling in there, so you can't shoot yourself in the foot so easily, it will be something we can get onto the alpha branch for testing and be ever closer to actual Steam Workshop. Alright, so let's go online multiplayer. I don't feel good about testing with a rejoin right now, and let's go into there. Baron Blade. We'll grab a mod. We'll grab a mod. We'll grab not a mod. And environment. Ready. Ready. Alright, let Baron Blade have his turn. Blade Battalion. Alright, so still not expecting that to have graphics, but these are now selected with the heroes, like with the players that actually control them. So if I change this to Jarnold, which is that, now, well, I get to play it. It should have shown me the cards, but that might be a separate issue, I guess. I don't know if that's... It hid them for me, but it didn't show them for... Oh, now no one can see anything, but I can right-click on them. That's probably another that's got to be another qualified identifier issue, right? Like if I change it for the Wraith, It should work, right? Yeah. Whereas if I change it for like that is face down and face up, if I swap around who owns this. Oh, but that's also because it's, yeah, let's change it. Let's get to the Wraith. I'm just going to skip. Get to the Wraith and then change it, because I think it might be just for the cards that are currently, currently there aren't being updated. But when you click this, it's creating them new, right? So let's skip. Let's just check if it happens on the Wraith, and then we'll know if it's mod related or another weird bug. Okay, so change the Wraith to be owned by the editor, and yeah, that refreshed immediately. Change it to go to that build. Okay, so that's definitely a mod issue. Issue with changing, with reassigning hero on current turn and closed hands, not refreshing so you can see the cards. No, we won't be putting out any like small bug fixes. Like that's all tied up together. So it will come when it comes. Okay, so that is, I'm not gonna look at that right now. I'm just gonna note it for next time. But it is 6 here, so that is gonna do it for today. Did I actually make a commit? Yeah, I guess I did. Use qualified identifier for reassign heroes panel. So yeah, that's probably most likely something that's another qualified identifier missing issue, and that's going to be a recurring theme. But yeah, so next time we'll continue moving forward on the multiplayer support. I think, yeah, basically making sure that if you come into the game and you don't have the right mods, you just can't. We could make it so that like just those mods aren't available, or we could make it so that you need to go get the mods, which is like not a big deal, right? So I'll continue thinking about it, and maybe we'll have a discussion about that or whatnot and figure that out for next week. But yeah, so more stuff coming up, and yeah, won't have an update with any of the little fixes I just made for a little while, but we will hope to get the multiplayer stuff working to a point where it's good for alpha testing within a couple weeks, and more bug fixes and things too, and maybe some of the more of the choosing stuff from the box stuff. Okay, so that is going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to watch me program and make a fool out of myself as I do. Have a good weekend. Take it easy.